I'm President Light.
Okay. Okay. What time do we have?
5:42.
Okay, it's 5:42. We'll now call meeting to order and verify quorum. Vice President Maskey,
I'm here.
Secretary Wells,
Present.
Board Member Montoya, Board Member George, and I am here as well. So we have we have a quorum. And go to section 2, comments from the audience. Any comments? Sharon?
There is no comment from the audience.
Okay. If the two board members don't mind, since we have a full audience at this point, I'd like to go with item G. And I would like to do this because I think it's important for everyone to hear. And I want to take advantage of this, the presence right now. So, is that okay with you, Vice President Haskey?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
And Secretary Wells?
I can't see what item G is right this minute. I don't know why.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
It's McKinney-Vento. McKinney-Vento update and Kellogg Foundation.
I read that earlier, but I can't get it to come up right now. Yes, Madam President, go ahead.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with item G. McKinney-Vento update and Kellogg Foundation grant partnership by Alfreda Harvey.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, President Aspis. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Carlson. Here on behalf of McKinney-Vento Safety Net Program. So I wanted to give some updates about our partnership that we've developed with our Safety Net Program. And then also requesting for another item, and I'll share that in a few minutes. So our new partners consisting of Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, NAPI, has been or will be providing food bags for our food pantry on a bi-weekly basis. I'd like for Rachel Brown, if she could, to give us an update on that partnership. She's been working with our the NAPI organization, and I'd like for her to speak on that. In addition to that, she can provide an update on our McKinney-Vento program too.
Good evening, President Wells, members of the board. This is Superintendent Carlson, everyone that's online and there in presence. So with NAPI, I work closely with Holly with Navajo Mesa Farms, and every week she gives us 15 food bags that are breakfast bags, snack bags for the students. Also, she's donated socks and underwear for all children, men and women's. And then as of right now, our current numbers with new students is 212. That does not include the numbers of 388 last school year. So majority of our students right now that are on McKinney-Vento, about 75% are Shiprock, 15% are Kirtland, and the percentage that is not mentioned is Newcomb. I receive about 20 to 25 referrals a week. And I try to, with the help of Alfreda and Kathy, to get those shopping trips arranged. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So that is just a brief update with our numbers for McKinney-Vento. We've been working diligently to create new partnerships. For instance, the NAPI partnership is going to be very beneficial moving into the winter months and then thereafter. And we're talking to other organizations when those partnerships are developed. We'll give an update on those as well. Another partnership that we're developing having to do with McKinney-Vento and the concerns that we have for shelter is with the Four Corners Native American Ministry, the Hogan Winter Homeless Shelter program that they have. They're only going to be opening during the winter months, and we will be working with Deborah Yazzie, who is the shelter director locally with Shiprock. They do have a number of beds that they're going to be opening, and it'll be available on an emergency case basis with our program. So we're still in development of that partnership, and they also provide donations of food and clothing whenever they get access donations given to them. That's something local that we're working on. And so that's our update for McKinney-Vento and the partnerships that we have right now. And then I would like to move into our board request. I'd like to request for approval to write for a grant from the Kellogg Foundation. When it's approved, the grant will support cultural wellness and the bilingual programming also for 2 years. So with your approval on this, for us to write for the grant, we will be submitting a letter of intent and proposal to the Kellogg Foundation. Representatives are Jennifer Duran-Sally and then Marie Brock, who we have had discussions with. Ms. Duran-Sally is here with us to share insights on the grant opportunity. If you'd like to hear her to share and elaborate on any of the details pertaining to the grant. So that is our request to the board.
Madam President, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
Could you enlighten me a little bit on what the Kellogg Foundation is? What's the genesis of them? What do they do? I'm not opposed to you writing a grant. I'd just like a little more information about Kellogg Foundation.
Secretary Wells, thank you for the question. I'm going to have Jennifer go ahead and answer that for you. She is here to answer any questions you have about Kellogg.
Thank you.
Hi, Secretary Wells, Madam President, President Wells, and I'm so sorry, the secretary that asked the question, and then Superintendent Carlson. Nice to meet you guys. I'm Jennifer Duran-Sally, and I turned on my camera, not sure you can see me, but I work for the Kellogg Foundation, and we work in Northwest New Mexico. So we've just, I don't know, about 5 years ago, started expanding our portfolio into Northwest New Mexico. 10 years ago, they came into the state and put an office in the Albuquerque area. And so there's a team of 3, and we work directly in Gallup and Farmington. We fund in areas that support children from ages or prenatal to age 8. And we also fund language and culture. I'm the education specialist for them, but we also fund in areas of employment equity. So if you think about workforce development, and then we also support areas of, we call it health equity. So just my partner that also works in the Northwest, she's working on doulas and supporting, birthing practices, lactation support for parents that are interested. So our main North Star when we look at where we're going to fund is always on how we can support children across the state or children in communities. So we reached out to Alfreda and said, look, we're interested in working with Central Consolidated Schools. And we had a conversation, came down to visit, had a great visit with her, and Yeah, and so we are inviting an opportunity for your community to write for a grant for us.
That answered a whole bunch of things. What's the origination of the foundation?
The headquarters is in Michigan. So when I have to go to meet with people, where it's in Battle Creek, Michigan. The Kellogg Foundation originally was started from the Kellogg cereal, and Mr. Kellogg, he took in the 1940s, he spun off his earnings from the Kellogg Foundation and his earnings from the Kellogg Company, and created a separate organization called the Foundation. And so the foundation serves children in 4 states. We work in Michigan, New Mexico, Louisiana, and then we also have a group that it's not a state, but it's international. We work in Haiti and Mexico.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Miss Jennifer. You said you reached out to Alfreda. What made you do that? Did you hear about our economic situation, or how did that come about?
So I'm from New Mexico. I live in New Mexico. When we started expanding into we started expanding into the Northwest, we've always wanted to work with school districts. We currently work with Farmington, Cuba. Central Consolidated is a school district that's a school district on the rise. We see a lot of potential. And so that's when we decided to reach out and see if you were interested in partnering.
Also, Alfreda, the numbers on the homelessness, we were hearing numbers from our board attorney, Ms. Chappelle, about that number tripling, that we are now over 500. Why is that being said? And then we have numbers of what you gave us, 212.
President Aspis, our numbers are actually at 600. If you add in the students who were carried over from last year's 388, they are McKinney-Vento students this year. And the current numbers, the new numbers, are what Rachel had separated, are 212. So we have to, altogether, there are 600 students on McKinney-Vento. And we can double check those numbers to make sure through our data department, but she just had separated the carryover students versus the new students that came in. That's all she did.
Okay, that makes sense. I was just wondering why, we all along we've been talking, those numbers have tripled. And so, Ms. Jennifer, hearing that, and that's why I wanted this piece, this item on our agenda first, because I think it's crucial, and it's very important that people know the status, what is happening in our district, and what does that say to you?
We want to provide support to you and to your community and families. And so the numbers are high, but I feel like, Alfreda's team is doing a fantastic job with the work that they're supporting families. So we're happy to partner, and we're happy to support you. We did increase the grant originally from what we first came into. So we did increase a little bit to provide a little bit more support after we met with her.
So those kind of numbers, do you see that at Farmington or Cuba?
We work with different departments in those communities. So we might work with their early childhood center in the Cuba area, and in the Farmington area, directly working with their equity teams. So it's a little different grant that we're providing support for. So, but the McKinney-Vento Act there's poverty across our state. I would say Central Consolidated Schools does have a high number of, children that are identifying with McKinney-Vento.
Okay, and I do appreciate you reaching out to our district and helping, because while we could use all the help that we can get, and also the along with funding, along with grants, there's always these stipulations that have to be followed. Is yours laxed enough to help in more ways than others?
Yes, so our grant funding doesn't have a lot of restrictions on it. So the big restrictions we have are, number one, no lobbying, as we're a public foundation, so we don't allow lobbying. But other than that, if Elfrida is wanting to purchase food for families or socks, whatever they want to build into their grant, cultural events, bilingual programming, stipends for weekend work around assessment development, anything that they want to work on, they can build into the grant, and we will support that.
Okay. Because right now, I think I know the chapter houses are, well, in my area, I don't know if this is going on in other areas, but produce is still being passed out to their chapter members, and then we were hearing about the NAPI of how that is with their food bags, and to me it seems like we're really in need as far as that, because I always, we get updates on the pantry within the district, and it just seems like there's something that's even though there's help elsewhere, it's always a need.
Absolutely, and I think our team would be interested in additional conversations on additional supports that we might be able to provide.
Okay, any other questions, comments, board members on item G?
I got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Duran, in respects to the numbers that the president was asking for as a percentage, what does CCSD look like as far as the total number of students that we're serving through McKinney-Vento? Is that high? Is that a medium number? Where are we?
I couldn't tell you where you're at as compared to the state of New Mexico or other school districts, but I could certainly look up the information and get back to you if that works.
I would appreciate that, because I know the circumstance that we have in regards to the lack of economic development, and again, the closure of the power plant and the mine. We haven't had any hard data to prove, but just knowing and understanding that a lot of the families that we serve are on the lower economic scale of those jobs. And when those jobs go away within the service industry, they're the ones that are first impacted, because a lot of times the skill and the training is lacking, and the ability with the lacking of the skills to get up and move and follow the money for better paying jobs limits their migration to other places. So therefore they're stuck. And again, we don't have any real hard numbers, but I'm pretty certain that there is a impact, irregardless in respective to how rosy a picture they painted when they were cutting the ribbon at the solar plant development.
So I'd be happy to pull the data for you and send it over.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
There's a question by Rachel Brown. Your hand is raised.
President Aspis, I just wanted to clarify, you asked about the numbers in other districts. Bloomfield alone has 400 right now. Farmington has the same amount, Aztec has the same amount. So in all school districts, all the numbers have risen. And this is the 42nd day of school and we're at 212. So we were talking about that. Our numbers are just going to continue to climb. And I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Brown. I just go back to, this is an important subject and again, as you put it, it's bound to grow. And the board member Montoya talked about the solar project ribbon cutting ceremony that took place last Thursday, and it was very hard to sit there and be happy, and you had all these dignitaries and people there, and but knowing what's happening in the district and our numbers, and I was really proud of Miss Harvey, Alfreda Harvey, and even then she's a guest, she's there for attendance, yet she was out there working and networking. So this is something we're really going to have to all pay attention to, and I did share my feelings with PNM Miss Newby. I think her name was Kathy Newby or Karen Newby. But I did share my feelings with her, and so did Miss Harvey. So any other questions, board members, comments?
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the Kellogg Foundation for reaching out and collaborating with Dr. Harvey. And thank you to Dr. Harvey and Rachel for really making the connections for the school district. With the rise in Mi Quinevento students, it's great that you're making all these connections to help our students. Thank you.
May I make one last comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So just to bridge off of Ms. Haskey's comments, again, that's one of the reasons for the ICO to do what they do and to try to serve the community in the best ways possible. And I've said this time and time again, kudos to the staff for truly looking out for our students, and also with the Kellogg Foundation. Very appreciative for what you do. I understand you guys delve into a lot of different areas regarding student welfare and education. So thank you for that. And again, to the ICO and Ms. Harvey for everything what you guys do and the leadership out of the department. So thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to item A, fundraising requests. SHS Athletics BSN online store selling all sorts of apparel, t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, jackets, October 18th, 23 through June 30th, 24 by Nanelle Walter.
Good evening, board president, board members, Superintendent Carlson. This is Nanelle Walter, and we did this request for our BSN online store for our athletic program.
That's your presentation?
I guess I'll take any other questions. We do this to help with any of the athletic incentives that we get for the students.
You don't have
the-
images on the t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, jackets?
No, through that BSN program, they set it all up for us. So they provide the t-shirt designs, and they have like for different sports, they have all the different categories for our sports like football, volleyball, cross country. And then they also have a site where you can itemize like for parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, if they want to personalize their fan wear. And then we also have like our activities. They have band, they have what else do they have? Well, they used to have like ROTC, and they had for even some of our other non-athletic activities.
Oh, what does BSN stand for?
It's the company that we use for our athletic program. Is Mr. Switch available?
Yes.
Switch, do you know what the BSN stands for?
So was the mascots? Are they are food mascots
And the logos?
on these things?
Oh, yes, everything is carefully reviewed by the,
Uh-huh.
I've sent out emails past weeks and months
Okay,
to confirm that we're following the guidelines from the school board.
right.
And I said, do not worry anything. So,
Well, it's really not the school board, but it's a copyright.
Yeah, yeah. So I will. They have been, every school has been in compliance. With what's supposed to.
Mhm. Okay. I don't know if you were able to hear that, board members, but I asked a question about the mascots to make sure that we're using the approved mascots of the district, and Michael Switch assured me that, and the colors,
Yes,
okay,
Wow.
and the colors.
I did. I have. When I did communicate that, it is shared with the superintendent and assistant superintendent.
Mhm.
That when I am making sure everybody to keep them updated, that
Mhm.
they stay within the colors of their school colors. And they are not to alternate colors
Mhm.
at all.
Okay. And that's not a board request, that's a copyright legal issue. So. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I have no questions.
I have none.
I don't have any either.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next item, item B. Fundraising request, SHS Athletics. Donation letters and advertisement to accept donation from alumni, business and cooperation. October 18th, 23 through June 30th, 23 by Nanelle Walter.
So every year we have our girls and boys basketball tournament. So we provide a hospitality room for the officials, for the workers, for coaches and staff. And in the last 2 previous years, we've also offered the hospitality to feed the players. So we have been asking for donations to help provide those meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for our tournaments. And as long as we continue to have enough donations, we want to try and continue to feed the players. But if we don't, then we'll just continue to feed the workers, the officials, and the coaches.
So, I think that's something we'll probably have to come back on at a later, but this is fine for now, but later I just see that where if we're asking for donations for players and about food handlers permit.
That is, when we do that,
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the requirements we do
Mm-hmm.
before we do anything. Make sure everyone that, those that are serving, they do have a food handling permits, and they do.
Okay.
Yes, all teams do have to have their food handlers permit because they do also do that for the fry bread concessions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any questions, comments, board members?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I see that you're anticipating 600 at the at each meal. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
Not each meal, but total. So we have 8 teams for boys and 8 teams for girls, and possibly 15 for each team. But it could be more if they bring their 15 plus 4 coaches. If they have trainers or not, it might go up to 20. And then of course, again, officials, workers, and so that's what we're anticipating. 600.
So that 600 is for the total of all 3 meals, not
one meal. Yes, that's
not
for the
one meal.
whole day. Covers the whole day.
Okay. That's all I had, Madam President.
Okay.
I have nothing.
I don't have anything either.
Okay, we'll continue on item C, fundraising requests. Oh, elementary school. Oh, thank you, Ms. Walters, for that presentation. Item C, fundraising requests, Elementary School Scholastic Book Fair, October 18th, 23 through October 20th, 23 by Sherry Edelman. But we have Mr. Jeff Garcia. Jeff Wood.
Yes. So that they can hear you, we probably need to have come over this way. Here, you. You take my chair for you. May I stand? That's fine right there. That is a speaker there and here. Oh, either way, we got. Can everyone hear me? We can in the room here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for taking the time to see me, Madam President, members of the school board, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson. To clarify item C, Ojo Elementary, and first off, my name is Jeff Wood. I am the new financial secretary as of September 5th of this year. So I'm about 30 days in this new position. So I'm taking on the responsibility of the financial side of Ojo Elementary. During that time right there, I've been directed to submit paperwork for teacher requests, field trips, and faculty travel. One of those duties also came about was this request of a book fair sale, but that happened already between October 2nd and October 4th, not the upcoming date of October 18th to the 20th. Next, I would like to apologize to the board, Madam President, Superintendent, Mr. Carlson, for not being prepared with the paperwork that was involved, that needed to be involved in this procedure right here. From my understanding, the book fair was a fundraising event. It needed to have the proper paperwork of a fundraising form. I was not aware of that. I was not informed of the book fair until the day of. Since that time, though, I have submitted the form for the fundraising policy, which I did get signed by Mr. Switch. I also submitted a form for after the fact for the requisition request, which I've so far got signed as far as the principal of the school. During the 3 days that we had that book fair like that, we did a total of $3,158.15. 896 was done with credit cards through the Scholastic system. $2,108.96 was actually a cash transactions. Those amounts were deposited. $607.62 on the 3rd, $1,501.34 done on the 4th. They were deposited into our accounts right there. Again, I apologize for not having the proper procedures done in place before this event. Again, in my defense, again, I wasn't aware of it, aware of the steps. Neither was the librarian at the time. She did not know the proper procedures or the steps to be taken to have one of these events right here. And going forward, I can rest assured that it will be rectified.
Okay, you were saying that there's a threshold.
So from my understanding, and this is what I got from our librarian over there, anything over $3,500 was our threshold. Anything over that, we would receive a 25% of that as a profit for the school. I have not confirmed that with Scholastics yet. I'm still trying to reach out to them and find out what that was. But that's what I was told.
And so you said your deposit was 600 and something. What was the whole total of that?
On the 3rd, it was $607.62. On the 4th, it was $1,501.34. A total of $2,108.96.
Where do we start?
Where do we start?
So the document that you signed was after the deposit?
Yes. Board President, it was. I do want to say that Jeff here was very honest with me about it. I received a phone call. He was, like I said, he was very honest with me.
Mm-hmm.
He got my input and I told him what steps he needed to take. Once I see the information from him, I notified the proper authority about the situation. With that, we took the appropriate steps to do that. We did that. We did not continue because of this paperwork wasn't in.
Mm-hmm.
And he did admit that he was sorry. With that being said, I communicated with him later in the day, with him being new in this position and my responsibility to review these paperworks. I opened my help for him to let him know that I would come to his place of appointment to help him out, to let him know what he needs to do to continue on for the school year about paperwork and what
Mhm.
needs to be approved and how it needs to be approved. So I've been working with him to prevent this from happening.
Mhm.
So once again, Jeff was very honest.
I'd like to add that once I found out that we did not have the proper paperwork intact, I immediately stopped the fair. I closed it down. It did not continue.
So, Ms. Gonzalez?
Good evening, Board President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. So what we need to do is go ahead, and if you approve of this, we can go ahead and probably continue forward if they're hoping to continue on the fundraiser. We will make sure on our side that I start working with my department on ensuring that we have proper procedures and training, et cetera, for new secretaries out in the school sites, because I do feel bad for Mr. I'm sorry, I've just spaced your name. But anyways, I do feel sorry for Jeff, because I feel like this partially was not 100% his responsibility. And so we will begin working on procedures to ensure that stuff like this does not happen in the future.
Okay, Ms. Gonzalez, I think you're pretty familiar with auditing. So in this situation, was the deposit given as soon as possible, or did that meet the criteria?
Yeah, they'll meet the requirements. So it shouldn't be an audit finding in terms of, as long as the money was deposited efficiently and quickly.
Okay.
The approval is more of a district type procedure. So as far as audit, it should be fine. As long as they deposited their money timely, accounted for everything accurately, we should be okay and should be fine.
Okay,
Madam President,
thank you.
may I add that once I found out that there was cash involved, I immediately took charge of the money. I followed the policy of the school, and I deposited the money each night that we had it. And I have records to show that.
Okay, well, thank goodness.
And I did that personal. I did not test that out. I took possession of it, and I followed the steps, and I did it personally.
So Superintendent Carlson,
Yes, ma'am.
in this situation, may I suggest that, because of the vacancies that we don't know about, and in this case, a financial secretary, we all don't know what's still needed, who we need out there that in this type of situation, they fall into that. And to me, I feel like it was the principal that should have known. I don't know.
Okay,
But that's my feeling. on it,
I
is
agree.
that-
Also knew though, and I think that we can do a better job making sure principals are trained and have their people trained, especially financial secretaries, new
Mhm,
principals, new financial secretaries.
mhm. Yeah, because, we're really aiming to have not so much findings this year, so. But to me, I feel like, the head person of the school is the principal. And I'm sure this wasn't the first book fair. But this is, thank you for your explaining how that works and how it's profitable for the school.
I'd like that. Our principal is a new principal as well.
Okay. Yeah, so.
Can I add
Yes.
something? So with this incident that occurred, I've taken the initiative myself as the athletic coordinator here to visit with each principal about the book fair and what they need. And I've also spoke with Carol this morning about it too.
Mhm.
So we are reminding principals of what they need to do when it comes to our book fairs.
Mhm.
So I've been communicating all this week about book fairs, and I've communicated with Carol as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
I just appreciate the due diligence of the financial clerk to report and to try to correct. So to minimize any other after the fact findings. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, that was my concern. I thought we had after the fact deposit, but turns out that we don't. It was just the form, the documentation that was after. So yes, thank you. Any other questions, board members, comments?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I have none.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We'll go on to item D, unique trip request, KCHS, SHS Senior Class 24. Senior academic field trip, Anaheim, California, May 16th through the 22nd, 24 by Janelle Charlie.
Hi, good evening, President Aspis, school board members, Superintendent Carlson, and everybody else who's in attendance. My name is Janelle Charlie. I am currently the senior class sponsor over at Kirtland Central High School, and we are requesting an approval for a senior academic field trip to be added along with Shiprock High School, which their academic trip was approved back in July and August, is what Vicky Lake had told me. And so we are wishing to just go right along with them on that trip, share the expenses with that trip. Vicky, Miss Lake is aware, and she is in agreement with Kirtland Central High School and Shiprock High School collaborating on this trip together. And it gives a perfect opportunity for Kirtland Central High School students and Shiprock High School students to collaborate with one another outside of the schools, outside of the school district, a very unique opportunity for our students, for both set of students. And the agenda we would be following would be the one that was approved, the exact same dates, the exact same time, everything would be the exact same thing, nothing added to it. And so that's what we're requesting an approval for. And as you can see, we have everything pretty much planned out as far as academics, making it a senior academic field trip for our seniors for both Shiprock High School and Kirtland Central High School.
Was that the end of the presentation, Ms. Charlie?
Yes, that's the end of my presentation. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Board President stepped down, so Vice President Hask, if you want to take the reins for questions.
Are there any other questions from any of the board members online?
I have no comments or questions.
Okay, thank you. I don't see the agenda, Sharon. We can move on to the next item. I don't have any questions either.
Can you? I have a question.
Okay,
My
go ahead.
apologies. Can we go back to that layout where we were? Next page. Is there a lesson plan to this?
Yes, Sharon, if you can go ahead and scroll down for the Disneyland, there isn't a lesson plan attached to it. If you go down some more, that one's the Griffin. If you keep going down, that one's keep going down, that one's the Griffin. The page 15. Right there's all the different available workshops, and then the lesson plans are attached. If you continue to scroll down through the end of the presentation, they're all attached right down there.
Did you incorporate cultural relevance into this as well?
Yes, we can.
So you haven't.
As far as the cultural relevance, it'll be like visiting different like the different colleges that like California State University. It would just be exposing our students to what college life would be like outside of New Mexico, the state of New Mexico, and what the culture would be like out there and with the big university.
Okay, so I got a question in regards to like the one of the universities that you stated. Do you know if they provide opportunity, whether it's for Hispanics or Native Americans, to have those different centers within those universities to assist with transitions?
Yes, for the California State University, we will be meeting with the Native American Indian organization group that's right there on campus, and they're actually going to be the ones giving the tour guides to our students. And it'll be the same one with University of California, which is our first college trip also, and we're also doing the same thing with them also.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because there's obviously, as you all know, an acclimation process that occurs, especially for kids that are coming from the reservation into a metropolitan area or to a large school where they can get swallowed up and feel overwhelmed. So I appreciate the acknowledgement of the fact that those groups are willing to reach out and help certainly introduce the universities to our students. So thank you for that.
Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Oops, sorry. I don't have any questions. Thank you. We will move on to the next item. Thank you, Miss Janelle.
Thank you, Vice President Hosky, Superintendent Carlson, and the rest of the school board members. We appreciate that. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Item E, the unique trip request. Newcomb High School, Newcomb Middle School, Heritage Navajo trip. Can't really see that. If you could open that. All right. Is Todd Brown or Lawrence Yazzie on?
Madam Vice President, I'm here as the Assistant Superintendent to represent Newcomb High and Newcomb Middle School.
Okay, if you could begin.
Good evening. President Aspis, board members, Superintendent Carlson, staff, and all of those online. This evening, on behalf of Newcomb High School, my name is Herlinda Mann. I'm the assistant principal at the high school. We have submitted, TAP has submitted some paperwork for the students to attend. This is going to be very hard to say. I do not know how to pronounce it correctly, as you can read it up there. Help me.
Dr. Lopez is on there. She's very good with this.
Oh, Dr. Lopez, may you please help us pronounce the conference that we're going to in Albuquerque next month?
Certainly, it's La Cosecha.
La Cosecha. Okay.
Yes.
La Cosecha. We are anticipating taking 28 students all together, 14 from the high school and 14 from the elementary school, and 6 chaperones to depart Newcomb area Thursday morning on November 9th and to return Saturday, November 11th. And as you can scroll through, we got signatures, student leadership right there. The agendas are all attached. Is there any questions?
I do have a question.
Go ahead. Board
Can
member.
you scroll back up to the top? Page 1, please. Where it says, how will this trip benefit students? OL, C1, PO1 will listen to and understand everyday situational what?
Speech.
It kind of cuts it off the way you have to fit it in a box and it just sort of squishes it in. That's what I'm getting out of it. But Cheryl knows. Ms. Benali?
Thank you, Superintendent Carlson. That is a content standard within the Diné content standards, and it should say situational language and everyday conversations. Thank you.
And thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that. Can you go down to the next, the second page, please? I'm actually part of the Ben Lujan Leadership Institute. I'm one of their fellows, and I was fortunate enough to attend one of these a couple of years ago. And they're quite interesting and informative for the students, because that's mainly what we had, was the opportunity to work with a lot of students from around the state. At that time, most of them were Hispanic students from the local area, Albuquerque, Bernalillo area. So I appreciate the fact that you're taking kids from our local schools out there, because they're it's very informative for them. So it's a good opportunity to expand and diversify their knowledge base in regards to language acquisition and culture diversity. So I appreciate that. One of the only other questions I have is the number of chaperones. Why so many? Isn't it supposed to be like about a 10-to-1?
I believe we will be only taking about 5 chaperones. We do have 6 chaperones listed here. So we maybe only be taking 2, 3, maybe even 4 chaperones here.
All right. Other than that, like I said, I think the program is very good. It's gonna really enlighten the students on issues, concerns, challenges, opportunities to enhance their linguistic acquisition. So I appreciate that. Thank you. In fact, you might even see me down there. I might join them through New Mexico Highlands through the fellowship that I'm part of. I might be down there.
We'll see you there.
On this, well, first of all, you're gonna have to redo your paperwork, so that we can see that second on how well this trip benefits students for archive reasons.
Okay.
And who knows offhand our policy, or is there policy for chaperones?
Yeah, so for the chaperone, it's it's 10 to 1. Right? Also, depending, since there is male and female students going, you will need a male chaperone. You'll also need a female chaperone in that trip. And since this combination of a middle school and high school, you will also need chaperones from the middle school as well as the high school. And like the assistant principal said, at the time this was submitted, there is 6, but 1 is going to be eliminated from going. So there will be 5.
Okay. And can we go back up to the cover page? Okay, the next page. I'm just asking this for out of my own Miss Mann, were you the one that filled out the form?
Unfortunately, no, it's not me. I'm just here to represent the school. It was submitted by Tab Brown and Mr. Lawrence Yazzie.
Okay. And who are they, Tab Brown?
Tab Brown is our Navajo language teacher at the high school, and
Okay.
Mr. Lawrence Yazzie is the other cultural teacher or Navajo teacher at the middle school.
Okay. So, I know, well, when you go back to your fundraising, form, can we go back to the fundraising?
We don't have a fundraising form.
That
That's the
one
first
there.
one.
Oh, the travel.
Okay, it says how well are, you have your estimation of the costs and stay right there. And bus driver and cost per student. Cost per student, on that first one, it says 75. How did we get 195? Is that for everything?
Okay, so it's $75 per student. 28 students times 75 is going to be 2,100. And then on here, it's broken down to per diem, 2 days, 125 at 29 students. Yeah, 29 times 195. So there is a purchase order somewhere in there that's broken down.
Okay.
I mean,
So
a requisition.
I don't mean to shoot the messenger.
It's okay, it's okay.
Herlinda, so don't take it. But I'm asking these questions because, can we go back to that form, the fundraiser form? Yes, right there. And, so all that estimation right there, the second paragraph, and it says cost per student, you know, it would really be great to find out. And, you know, the sponsors, why they put that figure on their 195. And when, you know, me from the outside, I'm looking at the cover page, 75 per student. And where does the rest of that come in, or why? And are we guaranteed 28 students? And then when you add in there that you want funds, how will funds be raised, and it be through JOM? And just recently I listened in on JOM IEC meeting, and so there was the question about how much to fund. So if we're looking to JOM to fund and on 28, and then say that number goes down when the actual trip happens, that number goes down to say half of that. And yet you had a committee go in and based on that, I don't even know if that's right. That 1,800, but you see where I'm getting at this?
Yes, I did.
You know, and then yet you have the committee, they're trying to spend their funds, but then also it's kind of like a guessing game from here to the end of the school year. So I would ask, and I don't know if that's part of our policy, as far as doing these requests, these pre-approval, are we just going for a ballpark figure? Or are we trying to get near the cost or the value of it?
I think this page doesn't jive with that page. And so that's why I was trying to figure out the difference between the two. This is a
Okay,
total cost of almost 14,000.
If we can go ahead and save this and bring it back Tuesday, and I would appreciate if Tab Brown or Mr. Yazzie come and explain why there's these differences in the figures.
Okay. I guess they are just only addressing where it says cost per student. According to here, cost per student, that's only their per diem at $195 for them to receive their breakfast, lunch, and the dinner and snacks. So per child is gonna be like allocate $195 at 28 students.
Okay, well, let's bring it back Tuesday.
Okay.
And then too, I've heard it said that if JOM is looked at to fund, then language has to be used within the definition of the trip. I don't know how else best to put that, but if any board member knows how to say that better, then speak.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the document that was sent to me again through the Ben Lujan Fellowship, and some of the language that they use says, here we will bring together linguistically and culturally diverse students to focus on issues of identity, leadership, and the development of an asset-based perspective related to the diverse backgrounds.
Yes, and as far as JOM accountability or IEC's accountability, their funds, you know, I think those kind of languages and those kind of phrases need to be put into the request. Am I wrong in saying so, Vice President Haskell?
Say your question. Can you repeat your question again, please?
I was saying that because on this pre-approval form, it has JOM, how will funds be raised, and it has JOM. And so I've heard it said that if the committee or the JOM is used to fund, then in their request language has to be used to such as the what was talked about earlier in Janelle's instead of academically, but also culturally.
Yeah, it has to, if JOM funds are to be used, it has to align with the educational plan. The educational plan is designed and has I guess money tied to each activity. So the educational plan is the guidebook of how JOM funds are to be used. So if this is part of it, then it would be outlined in the educational plan. That's where you would be looking to that.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, they need to justify the use of the expenditures of the funds that as it relates to JOM. And part of what I read to you can also include to embrace language, culture, and history as a source of power and responsibility as an innovation to lead. Again, they can tie that specifically to their purpose and intent.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I have nothing more.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and hear them Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ray?
Yes, Ms. Asmus.
So we'll go ahead and on item E, we'll have that on the agenda again for Tuesday.
Okay, I will add that on there. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going on to any more questions, comments, board members?
Just a final comment. If I can forward some of that language that I just read to Ms. Rachel, so you can share it with them and add that to their document.
Okay.
Can we get a copy of the education plans so that we can align it to
Yes.
justification? Because I haven't seen the education plan yet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the educational plan should be people should be able to access that. It's designed, it should be with the JOM department.
Okay. So is that online? Is that something should be online?
I would recommend it be online for transparency's sake.
Okay.
Dr. Lopez, do we have that available?
We do have that available. I can double check, see if we were going to put it on the website. And I believe Mia was working on that, so I can make sure that she gets it up there. And we will definitely send out a copy to Mrs. Mann up there so that they can have access to that whenever they start trying to plan some of these trips.
Thank you.
Dr. Lopez,
Yes, sir. Mr. Montoya.
what I stated, would that be applicable?
Yes, sir. It is anything that has to do with the cultural and language, because that is basically what's written also into a lot of it into our ed plan. So anything that has to do with cultural and language enrichment, because it is funded by the JOM. So what you did share is perfectly acceptable. And what I'm looking at is that they just put the standard on there. So if they could expand on that standard and include that would be acceptable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to item F, New Mexico Grants Program Award Letter for Career Prep High School, 2023-2024 contract for childcare component between the New Mexico Grad System and CCSD by Dane Gallagher.
Good evening, Board President Aspis, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Carlson. We're fortunate once again this year to be having the grads program at our school, and it does have two components. It has the classroom components for the teen parents, and it has the daycare component for the children. And this is related to that. We did get a bump this year on the instructional side for the classroom of $6,000. So they got an award of $16,000 this year, which was up from the $10,000 last year. And the childcare component stayed the same of $6,000. And we appreciate their help, and they come and visit us twice a year also and give us ideas that we can use for our grads program.
So I have a question on the has the teenage parents, has that gone up, or childcare, has that gone up?
It really hasn't. I was surprised. I thought that after with the COVID and everything, we would have had a bump, but it's been staying pretty steady. So we have offered some daycare to staff members of the district also, since we had room.
Had a question.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Is that still rated as a Gold Star service unit?
4-star, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, it says here on the first paragraph, the funding amount was based off the number of grads in capital letters. What does that mean?
I would have to go back and look and see. I know it stands, what the acronym stands for, but I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But I know it has to do with the teen parents and making sure that they're graduating. But I can look that up and I can have that for you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Vice President.
In your right here, the appropriation, it says sum up to 16,000, and then it noted down here somewhere that for case management and other uses for salaries. Do we, as the school district, do you have a counselor? I think I saw a counselor on here too. Do you have a counselor? Are these I guess what I'm asking are the positions that are shown up there, do you have those? Are they already in your program?
Yes.
You need more of that. So you need more of that, or would that be the 16,000 to increase salaries to make part-time, full-time, etc.?
No, what that is it pretty much is just defining what the funds can be used for. This money can be used for salaries, for child development staff, supplies, travel expenses, and grads-related trainings. So that's just an overview of what that is, that we could actually use that toward our grads teacher. But normally what we do is she does summer case management, so we have some of that available for her. We also use it for supplies and materials. In the daycare, they buy snacks with it and anything else that they might need for the kids. So that's basically what that is there. That's not a full funded position, but it can be used to supplement if necessary.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did you find out what the acronym is?
Yep, it was right up there. Sharon, could you go back up a little? So it's graduation, reality, and dual role skills. And a lot of times, we've got our kids that are, they're trying to finish high school and they're trying to figure out how to raise a kid too. So, that's the dual role skills that they're talking about.
I have a question.
So
Yes, sir.
how was the, okay, knowing what that means, so how is the, where is that paragraph, the first one?
For how the money can be used there? Is that the one you're looking for?
Funding amount was based off the number of, so that's what you labeled the students, is dual roles, reality?
Yes, ma'am. That is our students that we have that have children. Our teen parents that are enrolled in school, we offer this as a class to help them develop parenting skills and time management and things of that nature that they can use in their everyday life. So that's what our grads program is.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
So my question is this in conjunction with parents as teachers, or does it supplement it? How does that work?
We're separate entities, but we do work together with them. We do house one of the parents as teachers, Iris Anthony, in the building, and she works with finding those teen parents for us and identifying them so that we can try to get them to come to the school and take advantage of the daycare and be part of the grads program.
Okay, so there again, it's in conjunction with to, I guess, supplement and improve, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll go on.
I have none.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gowder.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And appreciate you guys proving that so we can get that coming. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Go on to item H, RFP 23-84-1-122, new warehouse and life safety improvements by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. You'll have to forgive me. I've been home sick today and my voice is in and out. I'd like to present to you the new warehouse and life safety improvements. The scope of work was to construct a new pre-engineered building, metal building, including site work and utilities, provide fire suppression system for the new warehouse and the existing warehouse on site. A summary of the services the general contractor shall perform to complete the project include, but are not limited to the following: There's the list down below. The award was based on the following criteria: the general contractor qualification statement, subcontractor qualification statements. Sharon, if you can please scroll down. Past performance, management plan, project staffing, craft labor capabilities, health and safety, and other value added to the criteria. And we've been asked several times, and board president, here is the New Mexico produced work. All subcontractors are New Mexico firms, or all except one listed subcontractor, New Mexico firms. So that is part of the criteria. And the last is cost. We had 2 proposers that submitted RFPs for this project. They were Winters Construction and BM Solison. If you look at the average score, Winters Construction had the highest average score. We would like to recommend to the board that we award this to Winters Construction. Excuse me, with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have none.
I have one question, maybe.
Go ahead.
When is the anticipated completion date on these?
Board President, Secretary Wells, the completion date for this project is September of 2024.
Is that in the RFP, Candace?
Board President, that was in the RFP, that was their project schedule that was supplied to us in their RFP.
So in this presentation right here, is it, does that say September 24th?
Madam President, no, it did not. As you know, that day is going to be based on the ability to the board to approve this contract, and then us being able to get the general contractor in contract so they can start ordering the materials.
That completion date is their proposal then?
Board President, Secretary Wells, yes, that was their proposal that they provided in the RFP.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay. Can we go back up to the top? Slowly. Okay, let's go up. And where is this new warehouse, Candace?
Board President, this new warehouse is going to be located on the east side of the existing warehouse in Kirtland.
Okay,
I got a question.
go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
Ms. Thompson, what are we going to do with the standing unit that's there once the new one is completed?
Board President, Board Member Montoya, we will utilize both of the warehouses, the new one and the existing one. This warehouse is to house all the flammable materials that the district is now having to have on hand due to the response of COVID.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
Yeah, that's all I have.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you, Board President and members of the board.
Okay, we'll go on to item I, certification of assets by Carol Gonzalez.
Good evening, Board President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Attached in the documents are a fixed assets listing for the Central Consolidated School District. There is, I believe, 337 pages of assets listed there. This is a requirement for the audit to get approved and certified by the board every fiscal year. So this is for assets listing as of June 30th, 2023. The grand total of assets at this point still on the books are $366,361,445.61. I'm pretty so I'm not sure if there are any questions regarding this, or if you want to review any of this, or if there's anything you would like to go over, or if you would just like to review and ask questions as necessary. And every year we remove assets and additions are added on.
Do we have, what's the oldest asset we have on that list? Or does it give?
I'm really not sure. I could see if we could figure that out and answer that on Tuesday.
I'm just curious. I don't.
I don't know how I would search, because sometimes they identify by tags, but you could see here on the description on this page that's showing right now, you can see that those are 2022 tags or 2022 items based on the description of the Suburban, etc. I am truly not sure if there is a way. See how the tags start on that fiscal year? They say 2013, and so they don't coincide with 2022. Years ago, what schools tried to do, and it probably wasn't very feasible, they tried to do asset tags by year, and that might be why those numbers might be at that number, or it could just be that since there's so many tags, we're just at that number right now, but I'd have to look. I don't know, and I don't have the full document in front of me, but I could do some research and ask if we could figure that out.
So there's not like a manual typewriter on there anywhere?
I would think those would already be removed. If not, got some serious work to do to make sure that we've got some pretty updated information. But yeah, I would probably say that probably not.
Vehicles have a date on them.
I have a
I'm
question.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Ms. Gonzalez, do we have a comptroller to manage that?
So right now, the fixed assets are handled by Sheba in the warehouse, along with Herbie in my office. And so they work on this. And I believe Ms. Thompson also assists with some of this as well. But yeah, there are 2 people for sure that are working on this all the time.
But nobody specifically for asset management.
It's a shared duty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question,
Go ahead.
and this is just curiosity. Of our portable buildings, how many of them have we removed and how many remain?
Ms. Thompson, are you still online? I know she just recently removed some. They were brought forward to the board. And I don't know exactly how many are remaining. She would have more of that information.
I do remember that it was presented to the board at one time, and having that discussion, I was just curious as to how many of them we've been able to liquidate.
I thought they just recently, if my memory recalls well, we got rid of or sold some. I thought there were 4 that went to, I believe, a charter school just recently from the time that I started. Other than that, I'm really not aware, but I can ask that question.
Mr. Superintendent, do you by chance have a ballpark?
Well, I thought the number was closer to like somewhere between 6 and 9, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to text Ms. Thompson, see if she can still get us that. The majority of the ones that were sold have not been hauled away. They're still on premises, but principals have been asked to clear them out. And I know that last group, there were about 6, but I had thought there were some to begin with. So I'm gonna text her and see if she can. She did drop off, and she told me she was going to with the text because apparently she's not feeling great.
Didn't sound like she was.
No, but I will let you know if she doesn't get back with me right now. I can interject whenever I do get an answer.
I don't recall the number that we had on our books to begin with.
It was in the upper 20s.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
So Ms. Gonzalez, that total of that fixed asset, what happens to that? Or if
So we just keep adding and then removing, and so that number fluctuates consistently. Items that are large ticket items are depreciated, etc. And so that's just an amount that shows in the books that shows that's how much property the district owns. It's more of just an accounting figure that goes on the audit, just to show how much the district owns in assets.
So it's not for insurance reasons or?
No, it's just a listing of every asset that we own in the district. So for instance, which, I've never heard of a school completely just shutting down, but let's say, for instance, all those brand new vehicles, the buildings, they're all included. Let's say the school was to shut down like a business, but they usually don't occur like that. They would look at your assets and say, what would the district have in assets that could be liquidated to pay off some debt or do whatever. But basically it's just an accounting mechanism used to show on the audit what our assets are.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have an answer for that, Mr. Wells? Secretary Wells, according to Kansas, there were 6 that have been sold thus far. And I believe they're all to that school.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And they should be starting to be removed on the 20th of this month. It's just over a week. And they're expensive to haul away. And we're not paying.
Are they at one particular school, or are they throughout the district still?
They're throughout the district. Yeah. And they're the double wide, with the double ones that are being sold so far.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go on to item J, utilities. Comparison report by Carol Gonzalez.
Okay. So Miss Mary Begay provided for you guys the utilities report to view again. It's just giving all the different utilities for the month of 2022, and then the next version was the comparison with utilities for September of 2023. And then probably the most important one would be, again, just looking at the 5-year comparison. It shouldn't have changed much from the prior one that was done last month. And I'm not sure if you want to keep receiving this information. I know you asked for it at one point, so I don't know if you want us to continue giving you this every single month. And if yes, we will. If no, just let us know. But basically, it's showing what the utilities look like for the past 5 years. And if you scroll down to page 4, Sharon Ray, that will give us a grand total. You can see that in 18-19, we're at 810,000, and last year we were at 1.14 million. And we were thinking about what was causing all of that. Is you've got to remember we've got more housing. A lot of refrigerated air was put in with the COVID monies, more HVAC units, etc. So we're thinking potentially that's the reason for the increases, along with the cost. We know that currently everything is costs are much higher. So you could see how it was gradual and then it went down probably during COVID or the end of COVID, and then it's coming back up. And that's it for that one. I'll stand for any questions, and then just let me know if you want to continue seeing this type of a report.
I appreciate the report.
Okay, we can continue.
And to give you some history, Superintendent Carlson, before all the way back to when the superintendent was Dr. Bowman, I know there was she was in the process of separating the teacher housing from the district, meaning that they have their own watt meters. I don't know if that ever came to completion. Because I think at that time there was a whole lot that were still on the district's power line. And but I know there was they had started on, I don't know if it's ever been completed or if all housing has been checked.
Please check on it. So you just want to know if they've been separated? Because I think we still pay for the utilities, right?
Yes, we do.
Here for the teacher housing, that's the.
Just to see the different bills.
So that the teachers are responsible for their own electricity.
Okay, yeah, we're paying for that.
Mhm. Any other questions, comments, board members?
No, it's good information. Thank you.
Okay, item K, permanent cash transfers by Carol Gonzalez.
So this is just one transfer that we need to make now, and it will affect Mr. Gallagher's monies. The CYFD funds were being deposited into his grad's monies that we were just talking about earlier, that he got the awards. And so as I was going through and looking at some things, this money should have been separate in its own fund, 28201. So we're moving the cash balance that he had from previous years of 74,687 out of the grads monies and into his CYFD funds, because they are separate pots of money. And so I just need approval from the board so that we can move that money into the right account, and then we can budget it for him so that he can start utilizing his money in his budget. That's it for my presentation on this one. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions, board members?
With this amount, I have a question.
Go ahead.
With this amount, this is not going to be like an audit finding, correct?
No, I spoke to Mr. Manning this week, and I let him know what was going on, that because at the end of last year, they tried to do some permanent transfers and this one was missed. And so when I met with Mr. Gallagher at the beginning of the year, we were looking at it and I was really confused when he was talking about his pots of money. And then I went back through and was looking at it and I was like, well, the money's in the wrong area. And so he's had a difficult time with spending his money, partially because of this. And so I told him, you know, we needed to get this all rectified and then we would be able to move forward. Basically, it's a 2-8 fund to a 2-8 fund. So that's good, thankfully, because they all roll up together. So it shouldn't be an audit finding. If it is, there's really nothing we could have done other than, I don't know why it was being accounted for in the wrong fund to begin with. But so far, we did a bar today. He received about $6,800 currently for this fiscal year. We made sure that the money was put into the right fund, 28201, and we're submitting a bar to PED, and you'll get it on the next go round, so that he can actually have budget authority. And so Somehow it was just missed in the past. It's been going that way for a couple of years, but we found it and we're moving forward with it and getting it correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
I have none.
I have no questions.
Okay, we'll continue on. Item L. Accounts payable disbursements, distribution listing, outstanding check listing, expenditure and revenue reports, JOM listing, budget journal entry report, invoice journal, detail report by Carol Gonzalez.
So in front of you, we have the operational distribution list by vendor. So you have all the checks and PO numbers that have been written for the month of September for all of the various vendors. There's 53 pages, and in total, looks like there was $3,887,410.03 written in checks for the month of September out of the operational accounts. Then the distribution listing for activities by vendor looks like 2 pages and a grand total of $16,368.70. Outstanding check listing for the month of September looks like we have $3,985,985.66. Outstanding check listing in activities is $16,368.70. Expenditures for the general fund, $11,000 to $23,000 funds. Grand total of year-to-date $7.24 million, range to date of $3.9 million, with an encumbrance of $37 million, with leaving about $9.81 million of budget balance. Expenditures for grants, 24,000s to the 29,000s. Current range is 13,484.48. Year to date, 22,765.29. Encumbrances of 116,922.17, and a budget balance of 24,648.54. If we look at expenditures, capital outlay, and debt services, 9/1 to 9/30, we've got range to date of 6.5 million, year to date 13.8 million, encumbrances of 61 million with a budget balance of 48 million. Revenues for the month of September, 11,000 through 23,000. Can you scroll up just a little bit? Trying to see which one is the range to date. So range to date, we received 5.6 million, year to date 18 million, and we're still anticipating about anywhere up to 47 million. Revenues and grants. These are the 24s through 29s. Range to date 910,000 to 29. Year to date 9.73 million. with an estimated 33 million still to be received. Revenues and capital outlay and debt service, we've received range to date of 9,310, year to date 166,080.34, 6.9 million to still be received.
Before you go any further, Ms. Gonzalez, can we go back to the last page?
Let's see. This federal grants?
Yes, and okay, as you were talking about that permanent transfer.
Yeah.
So I can't remember where I've seen it.
The 28189 and 28201.
Yeah, I saw the grads.
Yeah, it's, do you see that 28189? Do you see that one right there?
Okay, yeah. So does that change the reporting on here or?
Yes, so right now this is just revenue. What we're looking at is cash balance, and cash balance isn't reflected on these reports. So basically this report is just capturing any new revenues that we receive per month.
Okay.
So you won't see any effect on this report.
Okay.
Okay.
Comment,
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes.
So in respects to what was presented for that grad program, that won't show positive until next month, once it's received or approved and received, correct?
So can we go back and look at that real quick? Let's go back to that 28. Okay. So do you see on 28201 the 6,823.84? That is what we did a bar for today, 6,823.84, so that we could give him budget authority right at this moment.
Okay.
As soon as the permanent cash transfer gets approved by PED and by the board, we'll go in and we'll do another budget adjustment request for the additional 74,687. And so then he'll have 74 plus the 6 plus any other additional monies that he's getting monthly. And so if you look at the current period, he received 5,616 for this month of September, and then he received 1,000 and something in the prior month. So now that school started, he's got the kids in there and he's doing everything, he's receiving more and more money.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay, we can move to the next one, Sharon. Let's see. Here's the JOM listing for the month of September. 14,195.58 was paid for the month of September.
Is there a balance?
I'd have to run a different report, but I can see about getting that for you on Tuesday.
And is that something we can have on there? A balance when you do this report?
So this one is just expenditures. We might need to look and see. I'm not sure if one of these reports includes it. So let me see. What fund is this one? 25131. Can we go back and look at Sharon Ray, let's see which ones. Expenditures. Let's look at expenditures, general funds. I'm thinking it's in there maybe. Let me see if it's in the 25s. I don't know how these are broken out. 11 to 23. So it's not this one. So this one's only through 23. Let's look at the grants. Let's go to the next one. Does this one have 25 in it? Nope. Okay, let's look at the other one. Okay, so it must have been the grants one right before that. Let's go to the second and third pages. Go back to the grants. Yeah, let's see. Scroll down and let's see age. Okay, so we need 25,131. Is that one in there? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. So this is just showing, scroll up just a little bit, Miss Ray, just a little bit so I can see. The other way, I'm sorry. I want to see what the heading is at the top. So this is just revenues again. Yeah. So I'll have to get you an expenditure report specifically for that one, but I can do that.
Okay, while you're still there, Ms. Gonzalez, can you give us the report on impact aid?
Let's see, where is that one? So that one is just impact aid right there is impact aid special education. So of the 500,000 anticipated in the range to date for the current month, 76,334 was received. And then right now we're not showing any received in the impact aid Indian education. And those monies come sporadically. It's hard to tell. So we build the budget based on estimates from prior periods after doing all the reports, and then the money trickles in. We usually get the biggest portions typically like around February, March of the year. So we end up with the operational funds and any other cash balances floating these funds unless they have their own balances until new monies come. But that's how that works.
Okay, and above that, it does give a balance for Johnson O'Malley.
So we're anticipating 432,578 in revenue. What's in expenditures? I'm not sure at this point. I'd have to run an expenditure report, not a revenue. Unless we have a revenue, let me see. You do, well, that's JOM expenditures. Yeah, I'll have to see. Can we look at expenditure reports, grants again? Let's see if we can find it. 25. Let's look at the lower, let's see, a few other pages. 24,106. 24,113. Yeah, it's not on this one, so it's got to be. $90.8. Ah, there it is, 25,131. So if you look at this one, there's the budget of 429,981. The range to date for September is 16,486.30 was spent. Year to date, as of September, 38,053.02. There's encumbrances already of 216,767.88. So a budget balance of $175,160 left to encumber. So they've already spent 60% or at least encumbered 60% of the budget. 40% looks like it's remaining.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions regarding these? Do we want to move on? I don't remember where we left off. Let's see. Oh, budget journal entries. So journal entries made for the month of September. These are just all the journal entries. And I don't know if there's a grand total or if it just zeroes itself out. So 9.8 million in journal entries back and forth between the funds. And then this, I don't know what's in my way, invoice journal detail report. So this is all the detail for those expenditures that were already provided to you in the other summary reports. And so this is just the detail with all of the what was paid and a little bit more detail on the purchase order. So 281 pages worth of expenditures. That's just the total for 31701. It's probably got a subtotal for each of the funds by fund. So we would have to go find all the different funds. But if you looked at 31701, that was the total for the month of September. And that's it for these expenditures for this item. Any other questions?
Any questions, board members?
I have none.
I have no questions.
I don't have questions either.
There's one particular that I wanted to inquire about. Carl Perkins.
Carl Perkins. I'm trying to think. I don't remember the account code for that one. Let's look at expenditures again.
Expenditures,
Yeah, I think
revenues. You don't know the number, do you?
Carl Perkins, I think, is like a 24174 maybe number. Let's go look at expenditures, grants.
Carol, it's under, she wants revenues. I think it's under 24174.
Yeah, is it okay? So let's go to revenues. Oh, I didn't hear you for revenues. I'm sorry. Let's go back. So let's go back, Sharon Ray, to revenues. This is an expenditure report. So let's go back and look at the list. Revenues, grants, yeah. There probably might not be any money received yet. Let's see if there was. 24174. Okay, so as of year to date, there's 16,563.79. So that's probably a prior period revenue that came in from prior year. We're just starting to submit all the RFRs, et cetera, that are needed for the quarter and getting all that going. So we really haven't received a lot of monies yet for the current year for any RFRs.
And all of that is going towards Bond Wilson, right?
That I would believe so. I think that's how that is all going. And then I think they're doing culinary and some other stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and those are the ones that I'm wanting to know is impact aid, JOM, and the Carl Perkins, and the next one is ad valorem.
Okay. So, okay. So within all of those, let's look at the 3170. Okay, so it's not in this one. Let's go look at the other. Does it go, because this only goes down to the 29s. Yeah. Let's go look at the other report that shows revenues, capital outlay, and debt service.
Yeah.
So right there's your ad valorem taxes for 31701 SB9 and your debt service. So right now, we have received 2,113.67 for September, and year-to-date 16,657.48 in SB9 of the 1.6 million. And then in debt service, we've received 7,149.422. So every month, just a small amount trickles in on the ad valorem taxes, because most people aren't set up on a monthly payment. Most people make their large payment typically in November or December before the December due date, and then the next large payment is usually made in April, May, or June. And so that's when the majority of these dollars come in. Anything that's coming in currently is either somebody that's set up on a monthly prepayment plan, if you made some kind of an arrangement with the county to do that, or sometimes it's people paying late taxes or anything in arrears or interest, debt. So that's typically why it's so small until you hit the November, December time. And it's typically December and June that you see the big amounts come in.
Okay, on the new solar project, where will we see that tax?
That I would assume would be here in the, but well, I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that. Let me do some research on that.
Okay, I'm just saying that beforehand because that's it's not up and running yet, but the board attorney Chappelle, would you know where that would?
Yes, Board President, the new solar project is within our taxable boundary. We lobbied hard to make sure that replacement power would come up here and benefit our school district. So those will come back to us in the form of property tax revenues and improvements.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on those?
No, thank you.
You're welcome. Next are the 3,500 to 10,000 purchases that were created for the month of September. Those are all the different purchases. And then we can move to the 60,000 purchases. And these are all the...
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
May I ask a question on why is it titled like that, 3,500 to 10,000?
To be honest with you, I'm not sure if the reason is at the point when you used to have your amount set at a limit of 3,500. I think you, before I came on board, increased the amount to 10,000, is my understanding. Is that correct?
So you, instead of just 10,000, you just put both?
So what they did, and this was prior to me, they I'm guessing someone said, I think that the board wanted to see all purchases between 3,500 to 10,000. If you don't want to see these, we don't have to give you this. We can give you whatever amount you're looking for. So they're doing a range of any POs between that amount.
And this is the superintendent's, right?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
This is the superintendent spending expenditures.
Not necessarily. This would be just any purchase orders that come in the month of that we're looking at that reach that or meet that criteria of anything that's $3,500 and a PO up to 10,000. And so that's what's just listed. And it could be for any department, any school site. So you could see like middle line 19, A and C design is something to do with the Judy Nelson Elementary for 40-day incentives. And Kirtland Central High School has Bombs Music for repair of music instruments, etc.
And then on here I see line, let's see, line 13. A purchase order already went out of 4,277 to the New Mexico or
the La Cosecha conference.
Yes.
That I'm thinking they probably I don't know. I'd have to look that one up. It looks like the PO was done on 9/15.
Is that something, is that the process? Putting a purchase order before coming to the board?
I'm gonna guess on this one, but a lot of times if we don't put purchase orders in or get them ready right away, the functions sell out. So that might be what happened. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at that. And then if for whatever reason, if it wasn't approved, we would just void it and cancel the registration. But I can check on that.
But isn't there a cancellation fee or something like that on some of these? Not all of them, but on some of these conferences?
Some of them it would, yes. And in that case, we tell everybody not to do that because we don't want to have anything, not be allowable. But I can check on this one. Because this might also be, I don't know if there were people attending, not students. I'm not sure if there were other conference attendees. I'm not sure. I'd have to look up this one specifically.
We have Dr. Lopez in chance, but she it doesn't match up with the filter. Dr. Lopez, are you on the call?
Yes, sir, I am.
Would you mind, indulging us for just a second? I don't know, the number on there is 4277 for La Cosecha. And it says Newcomb. Is that Newcomb Middle School NMS then? Do you know how that breaks down? Is that for students, for the students going? Is that for teachers? Is there a different group?
Well, currently we do have, as you know, we are presenting at we're presenting at NIA, but we do have staff that are going to La Cosecha. We do have teachers that are already from other schools that are going to that as professional development. And so we do have to put in those requisitions in so that we can go ahead and they have deadlines as far as the registration. So we do have some that we have already registered. So really the ones that we support is our heritage teachers because of the 90-hour PD that's required. So these really right here don't have anything to do with the students yet. It's mainly staff. And if you'd like, I can have Mia highlight a little bit more on that since they process the requisitions. But as of right now, it is mainly staff that's going for PD development.
Okay, yeah, that helps. If Mia could further elucidate and elaborate, that helped because I was confused. I was looking for that number and trying to jive the two things, but it does. If it's not student field trips, then it does make sense that it'd be different, but is Ms. Yantis, are you on there?
Yeah, and so I think the
Yes.
only one right now that we have to date that is a unique field trip that's asking for an overnight is Newcomb High and Newcomb Mid, the one that was presented earlier. And that is the only one that is a unique field trip that was asking for overnight. But Mia, are you on yet?
Yes, Dr. Lopez.
Could you please expand on that for President Aspis and Mr. Carlson?
Yes, Madam President, Vice President, members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson, this is Mia Cientes. And the reason why there is a purchase order for this event is because over at ICO, we were under the impression that the Newcomb Middle School, High School La Cosecha Conference was only 2 nights. And based on the cover page for the student pre-approval form, it didn't need board approval if it was only 2 nights and out of state. So I was surprised to see Newcomb High School presenting the field trip if it wasn't beyond that 2 nights, which is why we had entered the request. But it is a student field trip.
So they need to go to the board?
Can you show me that policy
On the,
on the 2 night?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we should. 6.
Ms. Gonzalez, is there a better way of instead of looking at a list like that and as far as description between students or admin, is there something we can add in there?
I can check with Mary on when she puts those together. I don't think there's a way to identify on a PO whether it's student use or admin. So it would be a lot of kind of research on it. So for anything that looks like a conference or PDP, you want us to try and do a breakout? Is that what you'd be asking?
Right, between I know there's probably in the numbers, the account numbers, but as far as the title or is there a way to add that, you know, that is admin or professional development or student related?
No, so the way the numbers work is anything that's coded as a function 1000, that could be either students or teachers, any direct service. Anything that would be coded as like a 21, 22, 23, 24, that would identify if it's administration or so 21s would be support service, like your ancillary librarians, that kind of stuff. So not a direct teacher. That would be your 21s and 22s. 23s would be like the superintendent, anything that has to do with the board. Those would be coded as 23,000s in the function. 24s would be your 2400 would be your principals. And so we could identify if principals were going. And then 25s would be anything that is business related, like the business office, the HR department, anything like that. 26 would be your warehouse people, maintenance people going to any kind of training. And then a 2700 number would be anything that has to do with student transportation. So we could try and break it out based on those, on the function. The only thing we would have to do then is really do some research on the 1000 function because it's a combination of whether it could be a teacher or it could be student related.
Okay. Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions or comments.
I don't have any questions either.
I have no questions.
Okay. Are you complete?
So the only last question is for item M is, do you still want to see the 3,500 to 10,000 purchase orders, or do you just want to see procurement over 60,000? And if you do, that's perfectly fine.
No, I think the 3,500 to 10 is fine.
Okay.
It's kind of a quick overview, and the way the history of streamlining it to 10,000, raising that was what I thought was for the superintendent's expenditures, but he's over here saying no.
No, my understanding was that you raised the threshold of allowing purchases up to 10,000 to be looked at it differently on a procurement standpoint. So I can get more information from Christy, because I believe she was the one that worked on that with you guys, or would have knowledge about that, her and Herbie, before me. So I can find out the history on that.
Okay.
Other than that, no more questions or any more to report on with that.
Or if any of the other board members know, enlighten me.
As I recall, Madam President, we voted to increase the allowable procurement without having to go to bids to match what the state allowed, rather than the, oh, I don't even remember what it was. $1,200, $1,300 previously, and the state allowed for 10,000, and I remember struggling with that when I was purchasing and maintenance department, and it seems to me that was what we voted to approve.
Okay. It's slowly. But I still remember it as, I don't know why I attach it to the superintendent, but is that, maybe you have a different way of explaining, board attorney Chappelle?
Board President, no, that's how I would describe. I mean, my recollection is consistent with Board Member Marion's, and so no, that's how I remembered as well. That it was bumping that up from that really small amount to the $10,000 amount for goods. Services, I mean, professional services still remain at 60,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So can we see that?
Yeah, be ready.
Oh, Ms. Gonzalez, are you done?
Just one more. You wanna wait?
With item L, with item M, yes, we still have item N.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so these are all the budget adjustments that we have been working on. This first one is in the operational fund. And it looks like it is a maintenance bar to align OBMS with iVisions for the Q1 expenses. Then the second one is operational as well, and it's probably doing the same thing. Yes. Maintenance bar to align OBMS with iVisions for Q1 expenses for the 2000 function, because we have to have everything aligned in by functions. Then this maintenance bar is another maintenance bar, and it's to align OBMS with iVisions for the Q1 expenses as well. Then 12,000 teacherage. This is a maintenance bar to again align OBMS with iVisions for the Q1 expenses. 13,000 pupil transportation. Same, moving and aligning that budget with the Q1 expenses. 15,100 impact aid. Same thing, moving and aligning for the Q1 expenses. 22,000. Again, we're aligning for the Q1 expenses. So just so you know, the quarter just ended at September 30th. And so we're working on submitting the first quarter report. So this is part of it so that we can get everything submitted. 23,000. These are all the activity funds. Same thing. 24,308. This was the last of the ESSERs. It expired on, this one expired on September 30th. So just aligning it so we could finish spending it out.
May I ask a question, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes. Yes.
So now the ESSERs is over. Is it too soon to ask the state of the district financially?
Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to do a real thorough review of everything. So this is just the Carissa 2, ESSERS 2. We still have 24,330, which will expire in September of 2025, or 2024, I mean, I'm sorry. So we still are spending the 24,330. This fund in particular, the 24,308, the ESSERS 2, it expired. And so we were just trying to clean it up. Right now, we're still in pretty good shape. If I looked at everything cash balance wise, etc., I think the district with the biggest thing is going to be when the building starts occurring with the large projects. That's when we'll start seeing, you know, things start to change, and then it'll all depend as well as with the closing of everything. What is that really going to look like? And then what is it going to continue to look like if we continue to lose students? So we're going to start working on budget now in November. I'm going to start meeting with the departments and the school sites and trying to get some good understanding of what the budget looks like, so that we're not having a late submittal and we have a good idea of projections and what it looks like. So at this point, I really don't have a good number for you, but I think where we're going to find the hardship coming is in a couple of years, not immediately.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. 24,346. This is the some of the ESSERs from the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. We had over budgeted the fund to start with. We really only had 46,197 to spend, and so we had to reduce the budget by the 87,366. And so just to align it so that we wouldn't get an audit finding. And the reason is if we had left the budget at 129,626 and someone wasn't familiar that we really didn't have that kind of money to spend and we spent it, it would then be an audit finding, number one, and number two, it would be money that would have to be expenses that would have to be moved to the operational fund. So we just are cleaning up this fund to align it to exactly what was left of the grant to spend so that we wouldn't get an audit finding and we didn't have the potential of spending more than what we actually had. So that's what this bar is doing.
Okay, another question. Region 1 meeting, we were, well, my thoughts of special ed going off on their own, I thought it was taken out from PED, but from Region 1 is still under PED. Has anything changed in as far as financially?
No, nothing's changed at this point. I haven't heard anything regarding any changes. I believe they hired somebody new, but I can do some more research on that and find out where we're going, where the state's going with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
This next one is, oh, that's the same one, right? Did we put it in twice? 25,147 is Impact Aid Indian Education, and it's again another bar to align the Q1 expenses. 25,184 is Indian Ed Formula Grant, giving some budget authority for the 23-24 budget year. Here's a bar in that same fund, 25,184, moving monies from or budget from the 23,000 PD to administrative staff 2,200 fund. So from out of instruction into 22 and 23, which again is support. 28,120, this is probably establishing, yes, a new budget authority for 23-24. A new award was given for highway department road projects. So typically those are used for paving, etc. So that's just giving budget authority for that fund. And then 31,701 capital improvements, a maintenance bar to align with Q1 expenses. And then that concludes the bars for this period.
Any questions, board members, comments?
I have no questions.
No questions or comments.
No questions either.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you guys, everybody. Have a great evening.
And I would really like for your bookkeeper on the next item.
On the, to say on for that? Okay. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Board President Aspis has requested that you remain on the line for the last item, which is O.
Okay.
And it has to do with money being spent with JOM. So since it's a fiscal kind of a report.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No problem.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item. O, guidelines on allocating monies and voting in new IEC members by Miss Mia and Dr. Berlinda Begay.
Good evening, Madam President Aspis, members of the board, and Mr. Carlson. This evening, we are going to be presenting on the Indian Education Committee. Earlier part of the week and on last week's meeting, Mr. Carlson did address a couple of questions for us so that we could provide some information for the board. And if we can go to the next slide, please, the presentation questions that were asked from Mr. Carlson from our department were: what guidelines must the Indian Education Committee or IEC follow when voting in new members? And also, number 2, what guidelines must the IEC follow when allocating Johnson O'Malley or JOM funds? So this evening, to present this to the board, we have Ms. Cheryl Benally, which will begin the presentation, and then we will have Dr. Berlinda Begay and Mia Cientos. Thank you. Ms. Benally, if you could please continue.
Actually, Dr. Lopez, it's me.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yate Shikeda Shidana She Berlinda Begay and Shiedo, but on Shlido Tatna Sunny Bushes Chin Kislichini Dashi Dashi Dashanala Ado Adet da Isonot Agi Asto Yat Ebike Egit. Oh, good evening, Board President, Board Vice President, Board Secretary, and members of the board, and Superintendent Carlson. I'm going to present a brief background on some history and information on JOM and the IEC. As you are aware, JOM is a federal grant. However, it works on a flow-through system, meaning that the federal funds go to the Navajo Nation JOM department, and the schools on the nation, we become subcontractors. We apply with the Navajo Nation JOM. And so that's how the funds flow through for the JOM. So the way the Indian Education Committee, which is a big component of having a JOM program, the way that I'm aware of, since I've been employed with the district and having worked with JOM, is that the 13 chapters that are part of our district, or they represent our district, the members were community members who would get voted in by way of having a resolution. And that's how the IEC members used to get selected. However, we found that about 5 years ago during the school year of 2017-18, the IEC members at that time were purposely not meeting, so there wouldn't be a quorum to approve our expenditure reports. And it's important to have our expenditure reports approved every month, because that's how we get reimbursed for our expenditures. And so at this time, with that administration during that school year, because the meetings weren't happening and our expenditure reports were not being approved and we weren't receiving our reimbursements, the administration at that time decided that they would return the Navajo Nation JOM funds back to Navajo Nation JOM. And so that happened, and the IEC at that time was dismantled. But after several meetings, the Navajo Nation did approach CCSD to take the funds back. And at that time, it was recommended that the board, because they are 3/4 or more Native American, which is part of the CFR guidelines to serve as IEC, that was established. And so the funds were given back to CCSD at that time. So some of you served on the IEC committee as a board member for several months, and it was highly encouraged to reestablish an IEC committee at that time, which we did. And so we recruited some members to make that transition, and that happened. And the way that recruitment happened was through the schools, to have them make recommendations. However, we didn't get a lot of recommendations, but we did recruit on our own to get 4 people at the time, so we could fulfill the quorum requirements. And that transition was made at that time. So then because of this situation and past experiences that the Navajo Nation JOM shared at the time, it was similar that other schools that had IEC concerns were similar to ours, which included having IEC members be nominated by the chapters, and many of them had been serving like 10 or 12 years. And so because of that, they recommended to have a new legislation put in place through HESI, and that became a legislation. And that legislation states that instead of going that route, the schools would now make those nominations and select members that way. So that's currently a legislation that's in place, and that's how our board, our IEC committee members have been selected. And also there has been a high turnover of our members as well, either because their children graduate from the district, from high school, or they find employment elsewhere. And so it's a very challenging task to recruit and maintain our Indian education members. Next. Next. Okay. So based on CFR 273.115, who determines the unique educational needs of eligible students? Based on that CFR, it does indicate that if there is a school that have board members primarily having a majority of Native Americans, they can serve as the IEC, or they could have parents of that district or legal guardians of students who attend that district to comprise the Indian Education Committee. So the definition is listed under CFR 273.115. Next.
So our lessons learned. So in order to understand the components of what JOM is about, confusion shows that there is misunderstanding of the JOM compliance in processes of the components. That also includes the culturally and linguistic relevant instruction, which we call CLRI, and also describing recent confusion of regarding funding and questions of approved activities. And I wanted to also state that from training received from the Navajo Nation JOM regional conferences and at the national level, the main emphasis is on language and culture. And at the federal level, it is known as Native American language and culture, where culturally and linguistically relevant instruction supports diversity. Another key component is the ED plan, the education plan, which is the development of planning and implementing programs and activities, which also incorporates the CLRI. So recently, there has been confusion regarding funding and questions on approved activities. To provide further information and clarification from of the ICO-JOM, we have had successful outcomes as far as like highlighting in strengthening our student leadership, supporting the educators risings from the regional to the national level, supporting the FCCLA state leadership, theater arts, which is a part of the STEAM, which is the A, which is for arts, outdoor leadership, and outdoor leadership can include experiential outdoor activities, such as hiking and skiing and things of that nature, and local field trips. And in strengthening our processes, we are looking to train new IEC members on the Roberts Rules of Order and the Open Meetings Act, training for teachers and administrations on JOM components and compliance, CLRI and JOM work sessions, training on effective lesson plans for field trips, which I have heard recently, and that is a really strengthening our ED plans by having that component in the field trip requests is essential, because we have to connect the CLRI and also all the requirements of what is stated from the ED plan in which the IEC supports. In addition is to training for schools on how to present to the IEC for requests and requests for JOM funding sources. So those are the components of what we are looking at. Next. The guidelines must follow IEC when voting in new members, other than the requirement that members of the IEC cannot be employed by the school district, be parents or legal guardians of Native American children,
with a CIB or tribal enrollment on file, and the student attends a CCSD school. There are no guidelines included in relevant federal law, the education plan, and the CCSD subcontract with DOTI, which is the Dene Department of Education. Next. And so I'm going to turn this over to Mia. Thank you.
Okay, so continued from the previous slide, we have what guidelines. Next slide, please. What guidelines must the IEC follow when voting in new members? Continued. The bylaws provide the following guidance under Article 4, Membership, Section 1, Membership of JOM IEC, whereas parent representative is any person who is the parent or legal guardian of persons acting in local parentis of a Native American student who possesses a CIB on file and is currently enrolled in CCSD. Documentation must be provided to the CCSD ICO department and will become part of the official record of that member. School administrators and school officials who are employed with CCSD may not serve as voting members of the JOM IEC. The term of the IEC membership is 4 years. Members may serve more than one term. A conflict of interest disclosure form must be completed and on file for all JOM IEC members. Under Article 5, Officer and Duties, Section 3, Election of IEC Officers, election of JOM IEC officers shall be held during a duly called regular meeting announced to the public via newspaper, radio, newsletter, or letter, internet, social media, and website. JOM IEC officers shall be nominated and elected at the meeting by JOM IEC members. Next slide. What guidelines must the IEC follow when allocating JOM funds? To answer this question, we will be discussing relevant federal law, the education plan, and CCSD subcontract with DOTI, also known as Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley Program. Funds must be prioritized for Native American students. A small or de minimis amount of funds can be used for non-Native American students. The categories of use for JOM funds are as follows. Next slide. 273.113. How can the funds be used under the Johnson O'Malley?
Mia,
Yes.
can I stop you there? I'm sorry. Ms. Haskey has a question. Vice President Haskey.
Hi, Mia. On your previous slide.
Okay.
If you could go back to your previous slide. Go back another. On this, the Article 4 membership.
Yes.
E is wrong. IEC members cannot serve more than one term. Per the resolution of 2019, the HESI resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make that change with the members. Okay. How can the funds be used under the Johnson O'Malley Act? An eligible entity may use the funds available under the contract to provide educational benefits to eligible Indian students to A, establish and carry out programs or expand programs in existence before the contract period that provide, number 1, remedial instruction, career, academic, and college readiness counseling and cultural programs. Number 2, selected courses related to the academic and professional disciplines, or number 3, important needs such as school supplies and items that enable recipients to participate in curricular and extracurricular programs. And B, purchase equipment to facilitate training for professional trade skills and intensified college preparation. Next slide, please. Here's a list of authorized services and activities. We have A1, the authorized services and activities are designed to carry out the comprehensive program of local education agency for Indian students. Number 2, they are designed to be responsive to the language and cultural needs of Indian students. Number 3, and they supplement and enrich the regular school program and agencies. Under sub-item B, we have Native American language programs and Native American language restoration programs. Number 2, culturally related activities that support the program. Early childhood and family programs that emphasize school readiness. Enrichment programs that focus on problem solving and cognitive skill developments and directly support the attainment of challenging state academic standards. Next slide, please. Some more services and activities include the integrated educational service, career preparation activities, activities to educate individuals so as to prevent violence, suicide, and substance abuse. Number 8, the acquisition of equipment. Number 9, activities that promote the incorporation of culturally responsive teaching and learning strategies. Number 10, family literacy services, activities that recognize and support the unique culture and educational needs of Indian children. And number 12, dropout prevention strategies for Indian students. Next slide.
Hold on, Mia. Vice President Haskell, do you still have a question?
Sorry, I don't. I'm trying to lower my, I'll lower my.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to 25, I'm sorry, CFR 273.114, we have what programs may be contracted under the JOM Act. All programs contracted under this part must be, sub-item A, be developed and approved in full compliance with the powers and duties of the Indian Education Committee and as may be contained by the committee's organizational documents and the IEC bylaws. Sub-item B, be included as part of the education plan. C, emphasize language and culture per the grant's education plan objectives. Next slide. So what are the powers and duties of the Indian Education Committee? We have listed a few items here that consist with the purpose of the IEC, such as committees vested with the authority to undertake the activities from paragraphs A through D of this section. A through D include participate fully in the planning, development, implementation, and evaluation of all programs. This includes both supplemental and operational support conducted under a contract or contracts pursuant this part, such as recommended curricula, including texts, materials, and teaching methods to be used in contracted program or programs. Number 2, approve budget preparation and execution. Number 3, recommend criteria for employment in the program. And for this one, it's only a recommendation. The members do not tell ICO or HR who to hire. They can only recommend. Number 4, nominate a reasonable number of qualified prospective educational programmatic staff members from which the contractor would be required to select. And number 5, evaluate staff performance and program results and recommend appropriate action to the contractor. Sub-item B, approve and disapprove all programs to be contracted under this part. All programs contracted require the prior approval of the appropriate IEC. Sub-item B, secure a copy of the negotiated contract that includes the programs approved by the IEC. Sub-item B, recommend cancellation or suspension of a contract under CFR 273.194. Next slide. 273.118, are there additional authorities an IEC can exercise? The organizational papers and bylaws of the IEC may include additional powers and duties that would permit the committee to, sub-item A, participate in negotiations concerning all contracts, B, make an annual assessment of the learning needs of Indian children in the community affected, C, have access to all reports, evaluations, surveys, and other program and budget-related documents determined necessary by the committee to carry out its responsibilities, subject only to provisions in CFR 273.18. And to elaborate more on this sub-item, this is based off the data from the monitoring and the family survey. Each IEC member representing their respective regions conduct a monitoring in the fall. They interview a principal, a heritage teacher, and one core content teacher, and then use that data to help write the education plan and update the application. They also do a family survey, which was sent out last week to gather data and feedback from the community and CCSD staff who have children in the district, and it helps build the needs assessment used to write those education plan or those components in the education plan. And then sub-item D, request periodic reports and evaluations regarding the Indian education program. Sub-item E, establish a local grievance policy and procedure related to the programs in the education plan. F, meet regularly with the professional staff serving Indian children and with the local education agency. Sub-item G, hold committee meetings on a regular basis which are open to the public. Currently, the members meet from July through June every first Tuesday of the month. Sub-item H, have such additional powers as are consistent with these regulations. Next slide, please. Are there requirements of equal quality and standard of education? We have contracts with state education agencies or public school districts receiving funds must provide these educational opportunities to all Indian children within that school district on the same terms and under the same conditions that apply to all other students, as long as it will not affect the rights of eligible Indian children to receive these benefits from the supplemental programs. Public school districts receiving funds must ensure that Indian children receive all aid from the state and proper sources other than the Johnson O'Malley contract, which other schools in the district and other school districts similarly situated in the state are entitled to receive. In no instance may there be discrimination against Indians or the schools enrolling Indians. Next slide. Okay, and here we have attempts to provide equal funding. We have amount. Yes, was there a question? Here we have attempts to provide equal funding. Amount of funding based on the education plan components itself, split equally amongst all schools, is not enough to do any significant programming. The education plan breaks funding amounts into categories, line items, account numbers, and these account numbers are broken down into three budgets. We have the overall budget, the budget that gets broken down into a chart of accounts, and then those chart of accounts gets broken down between the components, component 1 through 5. 3 of those components are already, 3 of those components already have percentages. 3 and 5 are at 15%, and component 4 is at 25%, which leaves the remaining funding to be put into component 1 for culture and language, and then number 2 for college and career readiness. Bullet item 3, this brings us to the decision to have schools request for funds based on a first come, first served basis, attempt to get other schools to participate when we see that some schools aren't requesting for funds. When other schools do not participate, they do not get parts of the funding. If schools still continue not to participate, schools were notified that they can continue requesting for J1 funds. Next slide. So we have some highlights and positive outcomes. While most recent IEC members need additional training on Robert's Rules of Order and the Open Meetings Act, the manner in which the IEC members are participating in conducting student needs assessment and the needs of students has greatly improved over the last few years. As a result, JOM has been recognized in its collaboration and work with IEC as an outstanding program nationally for the last 2 school years, and with Navajo Nation JOM program this current school year. During a recorded meeting with the New Mexico Pet Indian Education Department, they complimented the CCSD IEC members for their continued improvement and performance. We've had parents in the community that are now more aware of the program and are very appreciative of the services provided for their students that they didn't know could be provided before. And now to provide IEC funding comparison by school on the next slide. Here we have the budget spent for school year 2022 and 2023 based on the boxes here. I have the elementary schools listed from Eva B. Stokely all the way to Dream the Net. The second row, I have the high schools, Bon Wilson Tech included, and then the middle schools, TBA through Kirtland Middle School and Nuka Middle School. The last box on the bottom has district, and district orders are made for all schools in CCSD, including Dream the Net, that include parental costs, Equity Council field trips, and Equity Council. Their students range from secondary level, middle school, and high school that are included on these trips. We bulk order, and ICO JOM orders and delivers to each school's heritage teachers and core content teachers that incorporate the 5 components in their lesson plans. Schools request funding for supplies, materials, transportation, meals, and admissions. Such examples include ordering 50 Native American heritage rugs and delivered to each of the school sites that could be in the front office or in the classrooms. Next slide. Oh. So that concludes my presentation. I stand for questions.
Okay, on this last slide where it says Dream the Net, so they're under the district's JOM?
Currently, yes, we've had a representative from their school last year and this year, but recently Dream the Net has decided to go ahead and do their own application without CCSD. But this current school year, they're still included. The year is going to be set for 2024 and 2025 that we won't be using their students.
Okay, and if we can go back to that slide 2273.147. Okay, there. And well, first of all, I took part in the IEC meeting. I called in and listened, and was very concerned afterwards. at the start of the meeting, I questioned if it was a dually, the words used here, a dually called meeting, if there was enough quorum, because they were voting into new IEC members. And so, and then there seemed to be some questions around that whole process. And then later on, as the meeting continued, the fundraising came up, and one in particular was KMS, and there, I believe the total amount of that trip or the fundraising was 23,000, and somewhere half of that amount came up to 11,000, but what the committee was deciding upon was 5,000, and there was one member who wanted to fund the whole 11,000, and then the Miss Sipai, she noted that there's probably in the future going to be other groups, other events, and that probably need to be more conservative, and then another member was saying that the two new board members coming on not to vote, to abstain. And so there was a lot of concern and where my concern comes in is, as part of the board, the main board, we're the ones that sign our names, my signature and Superintendent Carlson on these forms, federal forms, federal money. And so, and as I see in the bylaws of the IEC, there's really nothing broken down other than as far as new voting in new members, and then it just simply states that each member has a voting right. And so, and then as far as the allocation of money, that's why I felt it was needed that we have our financial officer here and to listen, and because where we just went through earlier in the evening about thresholds, what the school board, what we have to work with regarding state statutes and then our own board policies, and we just upped that to 10,000. And so I find it interesting that a committee, a subcommittee is able to work with all different amounts of money, but there's really I haven't seen no percentage or no guidelines as to how they determine. And I think all around as we conducted our meeting this evening, I have the privilege as president to have Ms. Chappelle, as a reference, a legal reference, and then even at times Secretary Sharon Ray. So, and then also with past presidents, school board presidents, such as Mr. Wells and Mr. Montoya, those, where are those references or those guidelines, or is that help for IEC? And this statement right here, CFR 273-147, and where it talks about that, the rights of eligible Indian children. But then earlier I saw a word, de minimis, was that, am I saying that right? Minimis?
I've lost someone.
The minimus policy.
Yes, and where there's non-native, it's just it seems like that there's a conflict right there, and so those are some of the questions that I'm concerned.
Okay, so to answer the beginning part of your question, Kirtland Middle School did come to the IEC with a proposal. Their original amount on their cover page was for $27,000 to cover 32 students, and it was only for the transportation, which amounted up to $11,170. And when they submitted their requisitions, that was all that they included on their requisition form. And so the IEC members did request on numerous occasions a breakdown of the full amount of what the expense was going to be on this trip, such as meals, lodging, transportation, admissions, and that was not provided as well. And the field trip presenters did say that they indicated they would fundraise, and students would have to cover a portion of the field trip on their own. The amount that they get approved during this meeting determined how much the student had to fundraise or pay a deposit for their spot on this trip. That was the first question. And then the second question is, some of the members had expressed concerns last year during this same trip request that they were not fully aware, and they extended that concern to the other two members, just letting them know that if you guys want to abstain because you don't have the full presentation, as there was a work session before this regular meeting for these questions and answers, and if they felt comfortable voting yes, no, or to abstain. And we just gave them that option. We made it, we made that clarification that if they didn't feel that need to vote yes or no, or they could abstain if they wanted to. And one member did say that they wanted to abstain, but the other member did continue with her vote.
Yes, that, and as long as that option is there and given to them. And as far as also another area was I guess the amendment of, you were saying, I heard 23,000, but you're saying 27, but there was some things going on that they were amending. And as far as I know, when things come across the school board, that's kind of set. And so when it goes from there, those documents need to come back. If there were any changes, they need to come back in front of the board.
Yes, Madam President, to also,
yeah, I can share that information.
Okay.
Board President Aspis, I like to address that part of your concern. As I shared with you during the meeting at that time, there were no amendments being made to a board approve a trip. What was happening at the time was that they submitted a lesson plan, and we have a checklist in place of what all is required for a field trip. And so part of that is the lesson plan. And so in that lesson plan that was reviewed by the IEC, and based on their training from the Navajo Nation, JOM, and knowing what JOM's focus is primarily in terms of ensuring that the language and culture is embedded, and which also falls under the mandates of the Yazzie Martinez of providing culturally linguistic relevant instruction. The IEC members did ask the sponsors how the language and culture was embedded throughout the trip, because what they saw on the lesson plan was just the Navajo Nation content standards. The standards did not have specific lessons that showed how language and culture was used, and that was what was recommended for them to provide. And it was just additional information that's already put in place, and that was what was asked of them to ensure that as IEC members to be compliant of that part of the focus of what JOM stands for in terms of focusing on language and culture. And nothing was amended. It was only recommended to add that the specific information of how the language and culture is utilized, because what was shared on that lesson plan was basically the content standards. As you know, just like with the Common Core standard, it just indicates a standard, but the how part is what teachers embed in there to show how they would achieve that standard. And that was the same situation with this recommendation, that the school provided just the content standards of the Navajo Nation, and what they were asking for was the how part of that, because that wasn't shown in there. Thank you.
Also, Board President, if I might add to Dr. Begay, the second portion was the equitable part, and how students that couldn't afford to attend the trip could given that same opportunity. In our JOM program, we have the parental costs, and in our one of our parental cost service covers individual student financial services, which include a lot of after-school programs. A certain amount of funding goes towards tuitions for trips like these. And so we asked that question, how it could be equitable, how could we provide other services, and how JOM has this additional service to provide that support for those students who don't have the funding right on hand in order to secure their spots, and then how they could go about requesting that funding that would help them go on the trip.
Board Attorney Chappelle,
Yes, Board President.
can I get your thoughts on this?
My apologies, Board President, on what aspect?
As far as the, well, I call it amendment, but
Oh, I see. Whether or not, I understand your question. Whether or not requesting additional information like the lesson plan would be an amendment that needed to come back? Is that what you're asking?
yes.
So I think there's two layers here, right? There's the JOM, well, there's three. So there's the overall federal JOM requirements, and then there's the Navajo Nation, HESI, and DODI requirements that are contained both in the subcontract and the education plan. And then the third layer is the board, right? And so I because the board approved the overall trip request, I don't think the board would have to reapprove or vote on additional information being supplemented so that the other guidelines, federal and Navajo Nation, are met with. But if we wanted to be super clear and clean, I think you could have you could just do a presentation to the board supplementing that additional lesson plan information. I mean, the point is well taken. The lesson plan is part of those underlying guidelines. So I do understand why they were requesting them.
Okay, and this evening, I, just seeing where during the fundraising for who was Herlinda with?
With the high school, Newcomb.
With Nelson and Tab Brown. Okay, Tab Brown and Yazzie requests, which Herlinda Mann presented, and seeing that where we went through, I don't know, were you on at that time?
I don't think I was. I was still in that meeting for the school safety task force.
Okay, so anyhow, there were suggestions of having her go back and because on the form she had JOM as a funding source, and then and one of the criteria is for it to align with the and make it culturally relevant. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, relevant, the CLRI standards. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. And so there was that suggestion that was given, and then she asked, I forget, Vice President Haskey, you told her that each as far as our application, you refer to an area
To the educational plan, if it was in the education.
And board member president, now that you say that, I did hear Vice President Haskey's explanation. I came in at the tail end of that.
Okay, so and then Ms. Mann was not aware and hasn't seen our educational plan. So I'm wondering, throughout the district, these that are requesting fundraising, do they even know?
Madam Chair, this is Mia.
Go ahead.
Our education plan was sent to all the school building principals, It is also in our ICO shared file that was shared with the principals at the principals retreat, and it's also on our district website.
Okay, so, you know, we can, say here is easier said, but when it really came down, Herlinda Mann showed that there's a loophole, and people are not making themselves or not educating themselves on these things. So and then the other part of it where they were trying to figure out how much to allot to this trip. Okay, you know, I think it's been before, the board has been in an area where such as when we were talking about the school being built down south, and we all were saying we want these 6 classrooms, and then we had board member Montoya say, well, how much money do we still have? Because that's based on what we still have in the purse. And so we have those discussions at the board level, but I wonder what does the committee, IEC committee, who's making them aware of what the balance still is, and because I really didn't see that, and I think what you shared, Ms. Gonzalez, was they're at 60% spent now.
Yes, it looked like it was encumbered, probably about that amount. There was 100 and some left when we went through the report.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that I you know, I the last time I attended an IEC meeting, a lot of things didn't know. Just put it that way, I didn't know. But this last one I happen to know, and these are the questions I come up with. And again, you know, in our board meetings, when there's questions, at least we have a legal reference, and I'm wondering, Carlson, how do we get that type of for this IEC committee to stay in compliance and to get that help?
I mean, there's a couple of ways. One is through regulation, through saying you have to spend this way, these amounts this way.
I mean, everything that I've talked about, from sticking with their bylaws, and then, you know, just yeah, I think you've attended enough meetings to see that there's really not one specific area. I mean, it's all over.
I mean, one, you know, like you mentioned, Gary Montoya with the comment in the board meeting about that. If there's somebody there who's doing that and bringing that up consistently, I don't know if that happens, but that's one thing that could happen, or tighter regulations on how the money can be spent. I mean, as it is, they really do have, there is no, I mean, they could have, for that trip we're talking about, they could have just said, we're going to spend all our money on that one trip, because it doesn't say you have to allocate
right. That's what sharing with the board, and I don't know if that's something that they were aware of, and there's really nothing there to say how they allot that money. And, but I find it interesting, whereas board members were constantly reminding ourselves of the purse and then also how it's spent.
And I don't know if that happened for a reason. Like, I don't know, the logic would say you can give each school a certain amount based on per pupil, but I don't know if it's sort of lumped together because schools didn't spend. That's one thing we talked about. You and I had talked about that, how, especially during COVID, that money wasn't being spent. So it was just sort of taken back in and then divvied up per pupil then. So, and it's difficult then if any school doesn't spend that money that's allocated, then they still have, it's kind of a problem, that money to figure out how to spend it once the school's deadline's passed. So it's a good conversation. I don't know if the best answer though. It's something that's a board and that's
as long as we're thinking about it and trying to help and and make things easier, because I know the turnover is something that we've been, and I don't know how to make that any better. Any questions?
Board President, may I make some clarifications?
Go ahead.
I would like to add that since we made that transition from the school board serving as IC to parent and legal guardians as IC committee members, we have provided training for them. One, we do every year from the Navajo Nation JOM, because we followed their guidelines and recommendations of how our Navajo Nation JOM grant and program is run. And so based on that, all the members, we try to schedule trainings when we have most of the members in place. And we also receive legal training on Robert's Rules of Order. It just so happens that we are in the midst of scheduling the Robert's Rules of Order because we have new members that came on. That's one part I wanted to clarify. The other part is that every month during our IEC meetings, Mia does a really good job of breaking down the expenditure reports. And so that's where they provide opportunities similar to how Ms. Gonzalez reported out the information. And that's where the IEC members have the opportunity to ask questions on that, and they have to approve the expenditures for reimbursement information as well. So that part of the finance part is what is shared and communicated to the board members every month. There's they receive the hard copies as well. Number 3, I would also like to clarify that with the KMS field trip, the total was about 27,000 plus of the trip. However, their only request was to get the coach bus supported, and that was the only thing they requested of for support. And based on that, that's where the questions in terms of how they were going to do the fundraising would happen, how much of that would they be doing to help with this trip. And then that's where the questions about the equity part came up, because they did indicate that this trip is on a first come, first served basis. And that's how those two additional information was requested for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
President Aspis, may I say something, please? This is Dr. Lopez.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank you for bringing that up about the additional support and guidance. So at this time, I would like to ask Superintendent Carlson if Mrs. Chappelle would be able to sit in on some of the IEC meetings for guidance on that, so that we can reach out to her for that additional support, especially being because they are new IEC members, and we are requesting trainings for Robert Rules of Order and the different processes. And so since you mentioned that extra support, we would really appreciate if that would be something that would be allowed for the IEC.
Let me talk about it. So that's something that I'll have a discussion with both the board president and council about. I think the suggestion is valid, especially since she's going to be training them anyway with the Robert's Rule of Order, that she could probably help out with that. But I don't want to extend. She's already pretty busy, so I don't want to just speak for her time without having a conversation. I think that's a good idea. I'll put it that way.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Board President Aspes, this is Mia. Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Board President Aspes, I also like to add two different parts. On our monthly meeting, we do have a section for reports, in which case reports come from myself as the JOM supervisor, Donovan Russell, the Equity Council, Dr. Begay as the coordinator for Johnson O'Malley, Dr. Lopez as the ICO director. The invitation extends to Mr. Deswood and Mr. Carlson, as well as the New Mexico PED Indian Education. So every month I do send out a public notice requesting from these parties if they have any updates to share. And Mr. Carlson and Mr. Deswood has joined us on several occasions, as well as Dr. Lopez, to provide activities happening within CCSD. And then the second part was during our training and negotiations meeting with the Navajo Nation Johnson O'Malley program, two of the representatives, the senior educational specialist, Alice Benali, and the senior accountant, Alrita Harvey, they continuously inform us that Johnson O'Malley is a supplemental program, in which case we cannot cover 100% of any cost or program that already exists, or we cannot take over what was already being paid, in which case during negotiations, they either recommend us to cost share with other grants, or have the schools request funding from another source, or to fundraise, in which case that's the practice that we've always followed since I've come on board. And that's what we let our parents know to look out for, is to ensure that it's supplemental and that it has to cost share based on Navajo Nation JOM staff's recommendations. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, board members?
I got a question.
Go ahead.
in the funding aspect for professional development for teachers, is it a requirement for them to come back and share that information with their colleagues?
Thank you, Board President Montoya. Yes, the teachers have to do a professional development survey. It consists of questions about how the PD is relevant to their instruction, what they'll share when they come back, and how it will be most effective. And Dr. Lopez can further provide info on that professional development survey, as she does not sign off on reimbursements until those PDs are completed.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, as we're going into the bylaws and the processes, in the past, when the school board took over IEC, for a number of years, the district continued to change the JOM director, and it wasn't consistent. The JOM director was not consistent, and I'm pretty sure Kristen Simo can attest to that.
Yes.
And so she's been here with me, but it was very inconsistent, and as the late Randy Manning had put it, it was just the lack of understanding where IEC committee, a subcommittee to the board, consolidated board. And CFR says that if the board is mostly native, then they are able to take over, and there's no need of a committee. And so when things started happening, as Dr. Berlinda Begay put it, expenditures weren't being paid. And we had committee members who would sabotage meetings, and so therefore they wouldn't have quorum. And it went on for months, and these became audit issues. And so for the purpose of our audit and our financial situation, we had to do something. And so that's when the board took over IEC committee. And but it was always there to find a better way of doing things, a better way to ensure that we had quorum, to ensure that members weren't being sabotaged, to ensure that it continued. But when you looking at the situation at that time and knowing that these are federal money, that the board is signatures on that, and so as well as superintendent, it's not something to play with. And so with that said, another question I have for Mia and Dr. Lopez and Dr. Begay. Earlier, we were looking at a fundraising form, and I asked Mr. Switch over here if when these forms are done, are they done close or try to get close to what the actual cost is going to be, or are we estimating? Because that throws in another area of concern, because if we're rounding out the trip, say in this case 20,000, and then okay, now they're looking at JOM to help, so that's taken to JOM, and they're looking at it and they're considering, and then come to find out that the trip is cut in half. And so therefore the expenditures are half of that amount. Instead of 20, it goes down to 10, and say the IEC went ahead and funded for 10, whereas they could have used it for another fundraiser or another trip or another event. So I throw that in there, and how do we do that? How do we make that better?
I'll go first, Board President Aspes. On the JOM part, I do have a requisition form that I don't know if you remember seeing it on Newcomb High School's presentation, but it shows a breakdown of the expenses that are being requested. It could be meals, transportation, admissions, and we let the teachers know to complete that requisition form so that we could see that breakdown and that we could determine which service to cover. So if the school is asking for meals, transportation, admissions, then Johnson O'Malley will take a look at the breakdown and see that we could cover transportation, since we use the transportation department's cost rate within the software that CCSD uses, known as iVisions, and that gives us a breakdown of the mileage and the number of hours used. And so when we have that breakdown, they could see what the funding is going towards. But with the KMS trip, that trip only had the coach transportation listed. It did not have the meals, it did not have the tuition or any lodging expenses other than the coach. And so the IEC and ICOJOM program look for that breakdown cost, and we have to ensure that we get the numbers as close as possible, because like you said, the funding could be used elsewhere, and with visions, encumbering funds takes up funding. When it's encumbered, that money that's not used won't be available until it's paid and closed out, therefore releasing the funds by unencumbering. And so we don't want to run into that issue where we don't have funds available until we close out these accounts. And so we ask the school to ensure that they get the dollar amount down by contacting these vendors and getting quotes, something that we could use to reference when making these requisitions and getting the cost per student. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members?
No questions, just a comment. Thank you for the presentation.
Go ahead.
No, it's just to say thank you for the presentation.
Okay.
I have no comment.
And I like to add that the JOM people did a really good job in explaining a lot of the areas. Thank you.
Okay. That's the last, and thank you.
Yes, Madam President, I think that presentation was pretty comprehensive, and And I understood your question pretty well, and I think they answered it in that they're pretty thorough in getting the information from the schools and from the vendors that they're requesting documentation on the cost of each of the students. To me, it sounded pretty comprehensive, and thank you for the question and thank them for their response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lopez, Miss Mia, Dr. Brigay.
Thank you, President Aspis, and members of the board for the opportunity.
Oh, Shad, stop.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Oh, he had not Ani Hagone.
And thank you, IC. Yeah. So we'll go on to item 4, discussions for Tuesday's meeting.
I would like an update on the ESSER's funding and where we are as far as amounts, totals left, and what the considerations are for expenditures.
Did you get that, Sharon?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
along with that, if there's any consideration of rollover from ESSER funded positions to operational funded positions.
Okay, any requests?
I
Vice
like,
President?
hi, Board President, I like an update on where we are with the selecting or where we're at in auditing our sped services. And I also like to, we had some discussions about updating policies, looking at policies, doing all that during a work session, aside from the regular scheduled work session and board meeting. I like to look at some dates and look at some, I guess, finalize and an agenda for that too. Thank you.
Secretary Wells, any requests?
Not at this time, Madam President.
Okay. And for myself, I'd like the status on that bus stop light. The bus stop light. And the building of the construction of the school buildings down south.
I remembered one, Board President.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
The status on our land leases. Where are we at? For TBA and any other land leases that are about to expire. Thank you.
Sharon, did we get, did you get the item E?
Yes, I did.
Okay. With 40-day count, is there anything special that we need to do?
For the board or to present. I believe Mr. Venturina had something he wanted on the agenda. Did he email Sharon today? Was that for 40-day or was that for? Actually, I think that was for gifted.
Is there?
We can give you numbers, results from FTE meetings, those kind of things. But we can't talk about.
I feel like we're missing something.
We can look at the agendas from last year and see what we need to put on there. You know, we can talk about it tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, so item 5, adjournment.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
Okay. Vice President Husky,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. So we are now adjourned.